Such an existential question. We're here in Austin, Texas at Palm Social Card Club. This came to be through a relationship that I kind of accidentally developed with Sam back in 2017. We actually both went super deep in the little one for one drop.
I played with him late, closing down the day. Day 3, there were 3 tables left, and we played down to 2 tables. And for like the last hour and a half, I got moved to his table. No idea who he is. And I'm talking to some friends of mine who are sweating my action, and they're just like, hey, steer clear of that guy.
I was pretty much chip leader from like 3 tables down. I had like, by the time we made the final table, I had like half the chips in play.
I'm sitting with probably 60 or 70 bigs. So, I mean, I'm not in bad shape either. I'm really good shape. All my friends are calling me in the morning that, like, just chill. You don't have to do anything, just chill. That's not how I play.
All right, Sam, so you just went all in blind and wake up with a magic hand. How do you do it?
I'm honestly the best player in the world.
Wait, what?
Hold!
I believe I ended up knocking Sam out like 7th or 8th.
That is not how I play. I've done a lot of work with traveling vloggers and you know, poker star celebrity types, but what we're putting together here
Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
And welcome here to another edition of Live at the Palms. It is Monday night. Welcome back, and we're already off and out at Fred Flintstone up against Zach as hyperspeed right into the first hand of the night. Zach, you're going to check his queens on over to Mr. Flintstone, top pair, top kicker, kings and threes, and with a $2,200 pot. Zach with less than 3K. We'll see if he opts to check back here or goes to try to extract some value here on the first hand of the night. 5-10 no limit, big stacks, big action, and a lot of the familiar suspects as we've seen around this Austin, Texas poker scene as well. He's going to slap down a bet of 1,300. And we're going to get a quick fold, so we'll give it on up as... All right, let's take a peek in the chat. Good news, folks. We have crossed the 1,000 subscriber mark, so bright days looking ahead. We took last week off with our crew being gone for the WSOP, so back here in action Mondays and Wednesdays. We may see the occasional Saturday pop-up here for some 1-3 or 2-5, so... You want to get on the list in any of our games again at Palm Social. It is on the Poker Atlas app, which I think we've got another 1-3 game happening here on a Monday night. Mike Youngblood flying solo. Try to see if I get some folks here for this, but wound up being everybody booked. Everybody had big plans. Damn, we're going to continue on here with 25 and a 50 double straddle.
Let's do 250.
All right, now we're a little bit more settled. So, all right, we got J1, we got Boots, we got Trey. JD back here in the mix as well. Gordon. And we've got Troy opening out of the small blind up to 150. Zach going to defend his $50 straddle for $100 more with the 8-3 of clubs. Let's take it heads up. Well, trip jacks now for Trey. A flush draw for Zach because Trey hoping to get any little bit of action, and Zach with just the kind of hand that 100% is going to at least take one more straight if bet on into as quick bet and a call, and let's go on and rip it here to the turn as again, hit that like, hit subscribe if you've not done so yet already. As well, Zach doing just a little bit more than Coleman. He's going to raise up here to 275. Trey going to set the trap as give his opponent a little bit of rope here. As check this on over here to Zach. That can't imagine he puts the brakes on, but he could maybe perceive Trey to be doing this with, say, hands like 10s, 8s, 7s, even some ace highs that might find this line kind of preposterous. We see he's got trip jacks, though, so he warned me there may be some comedy here, so see if he opts here for the check raise with the $475 turn bet. Yep, is going to go for 1,500. So another 1,000 back to Zach. That by this point we see he's got about 2,100. Hey, there's Caitlin out there getting some videos here for social media. Palm Social 512. He's going to go on and give it up. So Trey getting a little extra juice out of that might have not have gotten otherwise off the 10, 25, 50. So we've really seen the action kind of fluctuate here as far as within the big games here at Palm Social. And we expect that here to continue. So Monday night, great night for us here. I expect this is going to be Mondo. It's going to be big. It is going to be everything that you've come to expect here. As again, took kind of last week off, and I just trying to get my poker legs back underneath me here, guys. So, all right, we've got Trey down onto the button with the old 7 deuce suited. So, why the heck not here with the 25, 50, 100 out? We'll get the pre-flop raise out to 350. 350, as some might say out in the streets. JC could opt for a 3-bet here. Also got opponent Dak behind him, so he might want to include Fred Flintstone in the mix, not necessarily isolate with this particular hand, but I could see him go any other way here. As there goes JC. Recognizing Trey could have a hell of a lot of things going on here. He's now going to size up to what looks like 1,150. And okay, Trey came here to play. We'll go in position, make them call with the 7 deuce of hearts. Pop build up here to about 2,400. Oh, it's top pair. Backdoor hearts for Trey. JC here with a gutter ball. And after the pre-flop 3-bet, I imagine going to think about the sizing just about the same as maybe it might go for the pre-flop. Could go a little bit under, say. Interesting. Okay, it's going to make it 600, which I don't think is going to ever take out Trey from this particular spot, but now a heart draw turns, so JC can make the assumption Trey can flat here with nothing just because of the size of the bet that it does not necessarily have to be paired here, but could put his opponent on, say, any 5x hands, maybe hands like ace-4, ace-6, and any turn cards that maybe Trey would flat with something like king-queen high, but it would seem unlikely, probably from JSP's perspective, so you'll blast off here to 1,500. Trey is shoving all in. Pair and a flush draw. Now ripping it for $5,700. JC, I don't think is ever calling here, but at least going to save a little bit of face here as make this kind of look like a decision, but by this point, very few scenarios where his hand's even competing in this, and I'm going to go ahead and give it on up. So that was a spicy one here to start. Do we have the bounty on? I'm not necessarily sure if I saw anybody flip any chips towards his way. So, all right, we'll continue here live at the Palms. Hit like, hit subscribe. Join us here in the chat. Most likely stream it up here until about 11 o'clock this evening. And we appreciate y'all being here. Part of the Live at the Palms Nation. On Monday, I know there's a ton out there to choose from, to enjoy, to be a part of. So we're glad you chose us. All right, Bootsy here now with the open and the hijack. Because Fred Flintstone here going to defend down here for 300 more. Is not going to really be a favorable plot for either player. Boots going to accept he's got ace high, check it back. Those. All right, 5-ball turns, which does give Fred Flintstone a gut shot. And I think this might take Bootsy out of the hand. He can. These kind of particular boards aren't necessarily the best for just kind of ace-high hero calls, and we'll go ahead and give it on up as I'm going to get this thumbnail updated. All right, next hand. Again, it's been 5, 10, 25. Probably expect this game's going to continue to play pretty big. These guys looking to get into the action. You can look to get into the action here at Palms. Again, that is on the Poker Atlas app. And if you come here, you're a new member, you've never been here to Palm Social before, or it's been a hell of a long time since you've been here, boom, we're going to give you a free monthly membership and 5 free hours of play. And all you got to do is mention my name, Mike, or you can mention the YouTube channel, Live at the Palms, at the front desk, and we will give you 5 free hours of play. So, got Bootsy here on the open to 100. And I'm going to come out 10 high here with 2 diamonds. Not much in the way of anything for anybody. Fred Flintstone does turn a pair to go along with a gut shot here to an 8. And I think this should probably do it. There'll be no more interest in carrying forward as all right, so again, great lineup here. You can see Caitlin back there, General Manager Chris. Again, we've got our Thursday free roll, 1,500 going to be added to the prize pool every Thursday night. I invite you to partake in the action. Again, $20 rebuys and add-ons, 5 rebuys at a time. We would love to see you out here at Palm Social. Even if you can't make the big games, you're like, I don't know, I just want to play a little bit lower, want to mess around, want to have some fun. Well, boom, that's your way to do it. As Trey gets another open here with 7 deuce. Off the raise here to 400. So JC's going to call with King 10. Jay win now, most likely going to 3-bet town as I think he has any interest particularly of just flatting in the spot as so he goes up maybe to like 12 or, yeah, 1,100. Bootsy will fold the 6s. And Trey feeling spicy with 7 deuce yet again. I love this man's enthusiasm for everything here as no hand is necessarily right to play tonight. Man, Bitcoin must be doing pretty damn well. All right, let's do it. Going to come out King 4, 3, 2 clubs. Club draw for Trey, top pair for JC. And we've got action. So JC for sure not going to lead with this being the first point in position. It's nice. He's a $2,200 bet here by Trey, which you call that, then you're left with about like 3.4. The pot size already bloated. So you want to just like rip it right here in the spot? Yeah, he's going to go for it. And this gives Jay Wynn an easy exit out of this bad boy as Trey going to make the call here. $14,700 pot of flush draw versus top pair. We're doing it one time. We got some gamble going on here. So let's see. Pick up any draws. Just goes ahead and banks it home here on the turn. 10 of clubs smashing. Two pair is not going to improve here on this run out. Is now 10 here again. JC with two pair just trying to dodge a club. Is not going to do it. It is the 5 of clubs on both boards. Existence is pain. JC with top pair against the flush draw. Both times making two pair. And all the money going to be shipped over here to Trey. So just right out of the bat, a $14,700 pot going to be shipped to your boy Trey, who is woke up this morning choosing violence. As good gracious. Seven deuces, the new aces, apparently. Now, that doesn't get the chat going. I have no idea what to say here. That is gambling at its finest, folks. Nothing makes sense, does it? Up is down, down is up. Seven deuces getting there. And that's what fills us with hope, does it not? We'll continue here live at the Palms High Stakes Edition. Now you might be like, dude, talking, come on, seriously, 5-10, that's, but it's, boy, we've seen the 25, the 50, the 100 has been on a few times. So I have no doubt this game is going to continue to play this way, especially if we're shipping $14,700 pots right over there to Trey with the 7-2 suited. All right, next hand, JD has woken up with ace queen. Jay Wynn getting to spend some time on what looked like a fancy honeymoon through Italy, so it's got a little pep in his step, but unfortunately not enough to play king six suited. And Trey's just going to play his third time now with 7 deuce. It's going to come out 7s and 10s. Absolutely legendary stuff here in the making. Bet of 300 down here by JD. The C bet in position, roughly about half size pot bet. Is no match for 7 deuce though. The new nuts. JD's going to fold and 7 deuce yep once again. Hey, how many of these bounties is going to pick up here tonight? The worst hand, the best hand. That has got to be the most scorching run I have ever seen in basically the first half hour of the show. And again, I got here just a little bit before the start of our half-hour delay. And yeah, Trey was beaming with enthusiasm. sitting there with a bunch of chips, and I was like, you know, hey, just like, you're going to do some commentary? And I'm like, no, that's kind of what I'm here for. I'm going to try to be a little bit funny here and there. And it's like, you're going to get something very funny here. So now I'm starting to get where he was coming from. Jesus. Holy moly, Massachusetts here, folks. All right, so we get Fred Flintstone on the open. Mondo going to make the call. Then we get Jay Wynn yet again with another pocket pair. Going to 3-bet out of the big blind, now up to 650. So Fred's playing pretty deep. I think understands that Jay Wynn's tight enough, not necessarily playing ace-9. Even for the splashes of players can be disastrous. So go heads up, ace queen versus tens. Hell yeah, Monday, live cash poker. This is my boy Ethan, 7 deuce again. Gregory goes all in, would be so proud. Freaking legend that man is. So, all right, going to come out all clubs. Luna's here with the queen of clubs. Jay went here with the pair of tens and 10 of clubs in hand. Going to exercise some pot control and check this one back as, well, now comes the money card here for Armando as the ace-high clubs rolls over. Gonna try to give J1 the opportunity here to put some money into this pot. As J1 not biting on it just yet. And the old 9 of spades on the end. J1 doesn't appear to be interested in folding, so it's basically the queen of clubs and the king of clubs are really the only two hands that beat him at this point. So for 1,200 into this, trying to figure out if Armando's turning his hand into a bluff at this point, which ace-x with the what of clubs, probably J1 going through his mind at this point. Going to make the call, then that will do it. As curiosity getting the best of J1 did not. I think it's a little bit more understandable having gone through two, excuse me, 2 streets with really no action that he has no information about the hand. So he's banking on the possibility that there can still be some bluff candidates that exist there for Armando to try to blast off on the river with, and I don't think a terribly unreasonable spot. Maybe he might decide that he could bet turn just to dictate the terms of the action. That if he gets a call and then lead river, then he could probably assume that he's got the worst end of it. But after it goes check on 2 different streets, he's really just kind of sitting in the dark trying to figure out, what the hell am I supposed to do here? So J1 now will add on what looked like 2K, is now sitting with about 7.5. We'll open up now to 400 trade. Could be looking at a 3-betting spot, but doesn't necessarily have to make it huge for it to be effective with all the straddles out. Well, he's going to go 3x that size, 1,200. Oh, Gordon's picked up ace king of clubs. And he's going to push it all in here for 3.4K. All in for 3,400. J1 now probably going to talk himself into folding. All right, here we go. Oh, it's going to be a flop 10 here for Boots. Gives a little bit of life for a straight draw to a queen. It's a queen. Oh, that is so fucking dirty. Gordon goes runner here after Boots flops a set of 10s. And 10's holding up on this one, so looking to get a split. Is now again another straight draw. Is going to brick out here on the end, so we will get a straight chop here as... running it 2 times, thankfully, that could have been just as sick of a feeling as ever for your boy Boots. Don't necessarily blame Gordon here with that spot. He's not necessarily super deep to just... You know, if by our count he's sitting at 3.3K, Boots, 3 bets, it's really raise all in or fold. And going flipping here on Monday night is... as we're not even like a half hour into the show. We're just fucking throwing money around here tonight. All right, as we continue. Da 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 da. All right, next hand. Can't take a moment's breath here as next thing you know, you got a $10,000 pot happening before you know it. All right, so we got Fred Flintstone here in the hijack, opening up to 150. Lunez, J-Win. We're going to might get ourselves some multi-way action here as... All right, here we go. This ticket for 4 players. JD here, going to get a cheap price here with the old Jack 3 offsuit. J1 here with top pair. Queen kicker, no immediate draws for anybody. J1 will just go ahead and name his price. Let's go. J1 here with an easy C-bet, and that will drive all y'all mother effers out here for it. Out of that hand is... Again, follow us, Palm Social 512 here on Instagram. Your #1 source, along with Facebook. Links in the description. We did meet the 1,000 subscriber threshold. We were waiting to get approved for monetization and all that good stuff. So soon you'll be able to send us here a super chat. You got your boy Scotland. What's up, y'all? Here in the chat does get more. See cushion? Not seeing one in here. No, where we put them all. All right. They were the raise up to 50. Fred Flintstone gonna open. Things apparently slowing down just a smidge from the madness that we've been dealing with. All right, here Trey with the ace 10. Fred Flintstone and Trey went both connecting with top pair on board. J1 with a better kicker, then could get Fred Flintstone into a slightly hairy spot if he so chooses. Going to rattle off on here to the turn. So some chop opportunities here now for King Jack and Jack 9. Do not expect J1 will do anything too crazy in this spot, but all right, it's going to come out here. There's an ace on the river by Barrett Greenstein, so that is going to be a chop if we do get to showdown. You might see J1 fuss a little bit about this, wondering, did I get unlucky here? But, man, in a way, kind of did. It's one of the few cards that, besides a Jack 4 or 9, was pretty much going to shore him the W. But that is how the cookie crumbles, does it not? All right. Just getting ourselves a little logo up here. Update the old thumbnail. Maybe it could attract a little bit more viewers on over here. Appreciate you all hitting the like, though. Hitting subscribe. Boom. Ethan asking a very common question. Where's the auto shuffler? That seems to be a thing for a while when we're doing the other stream. Like, it's... Why don't you guys have an auto shuffler? Like, well, I don't think I've ever really seen one in any of the Texas rooms. Generally much more of a casino thing, but I always got a kick out of it that it would just be like, there's first things that people are just going to gravitate towards, and they're like, they check out a stream. And like, one of the just, you always kind of knew you were talking to somebody from Vegas or California if there was something very specific to those areas that weren't included on what you were seeing there. And that kind of was starting to drive me wild for a while, that you couldn't even think outside the lines as to be like, oh, in another place they do that this way? My brain has melted. You know, like, it's a very, that's why we love the chat pros. So, all right, here we go. Ace, King, Jack is going to be a pair and a straight draw here for both Lunas and Zach. All right, we're going to go bet a 150, call a 150. Straight draws, turning for both. Double gutted here to, well, actually, I don't think there's any other I wanted to go to, but be it as it may. 8-ball rolls off, and we're going to go right to showdown. Zach taking down a relatively decent sized pot. That'll work. Hit us up here in the chat and want to be a part of the discussion. Certainly a humiliating weekend for the University of Texas. should have been very non-eventful as 31-point favorites losing in overtime to the old Kansas Jayhawks. Probably one of the most humiliating losses I could have ever imagined. Team that had like one win this year. One freaking win here. And Kansas comes into Texas. And chaos is about to ensue. So pitchforks are out. People are ready to riot. And an extraordinarily sad circumstance. And I don't know if you got to give it time, but it is just, as a neutral party, the funniest result that I've ever seen. As everybody says, fire the coach. And, you know, after you do that year after year after year, you get all these kind of weird results that don't make sense because you're just changing coaches constantly. All right, going to come out all clubs is Luna's trying to go for the old limp raise with aces and sees this flop. So going to try to exercise a little bit of damage control and go ahead and bet it down to 250 and nobody with really any interest in continuing. Not sure if you guys are catching any of the table talks. I'm just doing a little sound check, double check to see it. Sounds a little disjointed, I guess, but Bootsy here now with the open out to 100. Gonna have JC make the call. Looks like Fred Flintstone also thinking about tagging along in the action here with Queen Jack. All right, 9-5-6 is going to be middle pair here for Bootsy. And, well, not much in the way of anything else. I think even a C-bet is just going to wipe out the field here as we'll continue live at the Palms Social. Your boy Mike Emblett, the dude talking, flying solo here tonight. Does invite you to tag along here with us in the chat. Hopefully you're sipping on something special. Had a lot of people that went out to Vegas last week, so congrats to our boy Drew. I think he took down a tournament at the Venetian for like 80K. Always glad to see our local army doing. Ethan saying, is that jacket Gore-Tex? Turn the AC down. It's actually the first time I'm back here in the studio and I don't feel like I'm sweating though. It's at least getting to a moderately comfortable, slightly fallish temperature in the great city of Austin, Texas. Home to the team that lost to Kansas. We're very proud of this. So this is kind of ideal hoodie weather. I'm back to hoodie weather. I'm all for it. Hoodie and shorts weather is probably the best time of year. All right, we're going to have King Jack versus Queen Jack. Straight draw here for JD, pair, and a straight draw for Trey. Now trip queens here for Trey, so I don't expect JD. Okay. I had guessed wrong. I'd kind of figured by this point. I guess maybe with the paired board, he can open up more opportunities to think that king high, A, probably not drawing dead, and B, could be potentially in front of any end of trays like junky flush draw hands or king 10, king jack, or king 10, jack 10, and potentially just stone air. It is going to be a fold here from your boy JD. So Ethan says, wait, that UT versus Kansas was football. I thought it was a basketball game. No, it was. You're definitely not going Texas, Kansas right there at the beginning of the college basketball. They lost to Gonzaga out on Saturday night, which on the road to the number one team's not necessarily so bad. But yes, in football, the funniest possible result that they could have gotten. So I've seen the straddle pup for most of this evening, all the way out to 100. Not quite gotten to the 200 straddle yet, but pretty steady 25.50 for the most part. All right, Gordon here with a couple of ladies. Here now with the open to 300. JD picking himself ace, 3 of diamonds, and the hijack. And all this action, Fred Flintstone thought the price reasonable out of the small blind for king 5 of diamonds. Let's Bootsy here with 10. So the last time he had this, it 3-betted up to about 1,200, and Gordon had ripped. So does he wish to revisit this nightmare from earlier this evening? Apparently no fear, but he made it 1,200 last time. He may decide to do it a little bit bigger this time. And we could get the exact same result with Gordon now shoving. Gordon had ace king the last time, and they chopped it when they ran it out twice, ace king versus tens. And Bootsy having to relive this nightmare yet again. Bootsy going to make the call in for 1,800, but probably figuring, I might be in worse shape this time. He might be owed one, though. I think he's owed one, is he not? All right, there's going to come out king 8-7. Bada boom, bada bang. It's a deuce. Queen's looking pretty good here for Gordon. And nope. No improvement here on the river as that should be our indication we're going to try it a second time. Tens versus ladies. And king high again. It's going to be a queen and now a king. So a boat here for Gordon as Bootsy unfortunately unable to improve in this spot. And he's going to be seeing tens in his fucking nightmares here tonight the way this session has gone on. Boots is a reasonable level-headed guy. I don't think he gets tilted very often, but you certainly do feel for him that here within the first hour has had to deal with a bunch of chicanery, a bunch of tomfoolery, a bunch of nonsense. That is our Monday game for you here at Live at Palms Social. Hit like, hit subscribe, join us here in the chat. We'd love to hear from you. And we will continue on into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We hope to still be running by Independence Day. At least this show, if we've not gotten completely... Jonathan Shacklin, Mr. John J. Shack. Stafford going to be seeing 49ers defense in his nightmares. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that game. I usually have like a monitor up just so I can kind of pay attention to it. And Getting myself so wrapped up in doing my damn job here, I totally forgot to. Yo, what's going on? It's Alan Piscitello. Oh, that's great news. John Shax has thrown 2 picks so far, 1 pick 6. I got Stafford going against me in the money league, so this is excellent news. Get yourself in a statistical hole there, Matt Stafford. Of course, Robert Woods out. We'll see if OBJ is going to actually make any impact in this game. It's very easy to or it's extremely difficult to just pop onto a team and then, boom, be ready to go and understand it's probably a pretty complex offense there in St. Louis. All right, we're reloading the hands. We do get what looks like an ace deuce board. We've got Fred Flintstone against, might just be Trey here as. Queen going to peel, so I think what we are trying to do is reload the hands that Trey has and what Fred Flintstone. Noted Browns fan Alan Piscitello saying OBJ joined the team and they fell apart. Shocking. I don't know if you can attribute that to this. So whatever bet Trey put down, he will just be the winner of that, and we will just go ahead and move on to the next hand and pretend that one did not happen. So I don't know if you could be around a team for that short and totally blow it up. So I don't think we can blame OBJ just for this yet. We could try. Alan Piscitello, come do commentary with me here for PLO Wednesday night. I need somebody here in this seat. And if you got to leave an hour early, please do so. But we should get you back here in the commentary chair. All right, JC here with the open to 300. Luna is going to call for 300. We will get Bootsy probably ripping here for his last 1,000. And 100 and change with all that's out there. We'll go ahead and put it in. JD seeing a relatively affordable $830 more with Armando to act behind him. I think from JC's perspective, it's Boots does not necessarily have to have a fantastic hand. Neither does Armando here in the spot, so may look to just try to isolate this here heads up. As I think that's like a re-raise up to 2,300. Nick Strebe from Texas Poker Supply says stream looks great, guys. Yeah, thanks to this table. The Felt of Dreams looks immaculate. It's certainly been a fun table. Nice having the cup holders for everybody. So JC going to get himself heads up boots here with a big advantage, but has not been on the positive side of variance tonight. And he's going to come out 987, so a straight draw to a 10 could do it. Here for JC, it is going to be a jack Oh, so sick. Bootsy is running like absolute crap here in this first hour. Absolute just sludge, dirt, crap. And could be getting quartered here. Well, what are they second? So, or will at least be able to chip up just slightly. But ace queen versus ace jack does not dodge, and we will split this up straight down the middle. Again, Mike Ebler with you here live at the Palms and Palm Social in Austin, Texas, where we're going to give you some free hours. We want you to come out and play here. So you just mention live at the Palms, at the front desk, boom, we'll give you 5 free hours and a free month on us. That's all you got to do. Or you can mention my name, Mike, the commentator guy, dude talking, whatever your synonymous mean, the annoying voice that you're all listening to. Your boy Carlo, the chat is here, What up, gang? Hey, good to see you, buddy. Glad you got to play on stream around the Veterans Day. Sorry it didn't quite work out for you, but the OG chat pro, your boy Carlo here on the Hizzle. Yeah, Carlo, we hit the 1,000 subscriber mark, so we're just partying like in Mad Men here tonight. All right, JC here with the open to 150. We'll get Trey, JD, and J1 on the call is... Not going to come out queen high. 2 hearts Trey here with a heart draw. J1 with middle pair, but no interest in trying to steal this in position with this particular hand. Now comes out a flush. So Trey with ace high, hearts, and J1 with the only attributable equity at this point that a 3 or 4 on the end would give him a boat. That's... JC with enough of a hand to continue one straight. Still don't know exactly what he has, but and an 8, the Ocho. Straight, or Trey still with an ace high flush, but now the River Valley bet of 1,700. It's really hard to discern what JC's process could be really without knowing his hand. So unless he had 8s buried underneath there, probably much more likely it's king queen, but maybe say the king of hearts. I don't know. I don't necessarily know if he was going to be checking that flop though with that. So still a river decision here of 1,700 now for JD. And we'll go ahead and give it up. So in Monday Night High Stakes live at the Palms, smash that like for your boy Mikey. P. Willie says, I am banning Ethan mentally for making fun of my terrible, awful, very bad Longhorns. You know, I think you've got to get used to pain here at this point if you're a Horns fan. I'm just surprised Bryson Bird hasn't popped in to tell us that Texas is indeed back. That's, it's been an hour. I thought he would have been here by now to include that little footnote, but might just be lurking at this point, or possibly still celebrating here from this past weekend. That is. I thought it was absolutely hilarious. I thought it was maybe the funniest result possible. And I mean, not that, like, I had a friend of mine, we were out watching the game out in the yard. He, like, Texas is down by a touchdown with 40 seconds left. I got, like, 2-1 on a Longhorns W. So I'm like, okay. So, like, I'm rooting for it by the end, but I'm also kind of laughing my ass off as it's happening. So we've got the 25, 50, 100, 200 being put out. Fred Flintstone here with the $200. This would be quadruple straddle. All right, so we've got JD opening with the 7-deuce. 7-deuce game is on. Zach here with a couple of ladies. And Fred Flintstone stuck in between here with pocket tens. So a $2,800 decision now with Fred Flintstone. Going to ask him to count how much he has specifically, see if it's within their reasonable level of tolerance. I don't know. Fred Flintstone could think he's flipping here. Like, it's... But it still's got JD, who had opened out of the first straddle, to come back to, so... So, okay, 2.6 more to call off this 200 straddle. I think you do have to realize people can't get kind of adventurous in these huge straddle pots that all of a sudden, but I'll give him credit there. Did he decide to let that one go? JD is showing that he was trying to go for the old 7-deuce bounty, and how about that? Impressive lay down here for Fred. Zach's just relatively, I think, within the lines. Like, I think nobody's ever going to mistake him for being a laggy player by any stretch of imagination, but I have good recognition of that spot to realize that if there's anybody to fool the 3K shove to, it might be it does. P. Willie saying at least the Aggies, $9 million man lost also. Team already quit on Sark. This is what happens typically every year that I've been here. That, Charlie Strong was just getting started, and then Tom Herman. It's this sort of cycle of we've got the former guys players, so we've got to wait till all those guys are gone, and then we can kind of look at it objectively and say this is our quote coaches, guys that have been recruited through part of the process. So I'm not necessarily saying that excuses anybody, but it also, I'm just telling you what the cycle has been since I've been here, that this is what we've been going through for the past couple. So, all right, I've lost my monitor here, so hold on. I have actually lost my monitor here, but we'll be reloading shortly. What we had seen was J1 opening here to 250. And then 3 players to our flop, which... So I'm seeing, okay, Queen 10-10, so the open ender for JC, gutter ball for J1, and not much happening for anybody else. Yeah, the quarter got bumped, so it went back to the desktop, so it might just need a right click. Thanks, Sonny. All right, there we got it back here again. Thank you, producer Sonny. Looks like we got some food loaded up in this joint. Gordon opens up to 250 on what looks like the $100 straddle put out by Lunas. Is always going to call here with Jack 10 suited. All right, here we go. The straight and flush draw. Gordon may try to bet this in position with absolutely nothing. Let's see if Armando decides to make this a bigger pot here. It could opt to just go take it here. He's going to put it in the race here now with the black. Baller time puts it out there. And that will be the end of it here for Mr. Gordon. Appears in that opening little rundown that we do, some of the highlight clips, the theme song, and all that good stuff. Yeah, we'll continue on here. Mondays and Wednesdays, we may have a show on Saturday, so again, invite you to ring the bell so that you know when we are streaming live. As I don't want you to miss out on the action, miss out the chance to completely roast me in the chat. So I hate this guy's sound of his voice. Why does he gotta talk like that? Why can't it be more high-pitched? Like it does. All right, Bootsy here with the race up to 150. Going to get a call by JD as all right, let's do it. He's going to come out Queen 6-4 to spades. Gut shot here for JD. Now the 3-ball turning. So not much changing, though Bootsy can think that he's drawing here to a 5, and think his position will allow him to just be able to pick up this pot. So, I'm going to step away here momentarily. Keep enjoying more action here on Live the Palms of Zero. Chip counts, Trey, JC, Fred Flintstone, and JD, all with 10K stocks or more. Yeah, next hand here as we stream on Mondays and Wednesdays. You want to find out what's going on here? Check us out on the Poker Atlas app. Ethan asking a question that I don't necessarily want to know. What's worse, walking in on a parents or grandparents? Does you see some of the VPIP numbers happening here? There's not many nits out there. Well above the lottie line, it looks like here for just about everybody. So we got 125 PLO also happening here with our 5, 10, 25, 50, a hundo. And Gordon yet again getting a couple of ladies. So looks like it's getting action here. So J-Win, never, ever, ever not 3-betting this. And that must have been a card read, because that went straight into the muck for a single raise. J-Win would probably be needing to get his head checked, so I don't suppose that was the case, but I thought we would get a little bit more juice out of that. That apparently is not happening. Armando, though, going to try to take a stab at it with over 1,700, or excuse me, with 1,000 in the middle. Gordon here with the set. He's got 3 ladies. He's got a threesome happening here as there we go. Is now going to give Armando a straight draw. So non-erase will make his hand. Don't expect Gordon's ever checking back, but probably could go with probably 3-4 size pot here with as vulnerable as a set being in this spot. All right, here we go. On to our river card is going to come out the 7. So a small hint and prayer, a showdown value at this point. After Armando making the $1,200 turn call. And now they're shoved for about 4,700. Only thing it beats some kind of 10x hand that missed any kind of ace-x, and not even the spiciest player in the galaxy might call that. So Gordon able to get about 1,800 out of his opponent, and as we see who's been opening up the most. Bootsy and Fred Flintstone probably with the most pre-flop raising, which makes sense as Bootsy has had all the hands to be able to do it. Fred Flintstone has just kind of taken some small jobs throughout this cash game, trying to pick up and open the action in a few places, so... All right, let's keep on rocking on here on Monday, 510 edition. Be back on Wednesday for the great game of Pop Club in Omaha. To be determined if we will run a game on Saturday. Just make sure to hit subscribe so you get yourself right on in the loop of what the hell we're doing here. All right, here we go. Does gonna come out King Jack 9. So second pair now for Gordon. Got shot for trade, and imagining Gordon may just have some junk combos out of that straddle. We'll try to take a stab at it, but to no avail. All right, a 5 ball here will at least make a pair, and then a straight. So everything's coming up trade tonight. Is won a $14,000 pot right at the beginning. And now just gets to go ahead and river straight for a moderately sized winning as... everything coming up roses, baby. And got about 1,050 subscribers. Soon should get approved for monetization, so you'll have the right to super chat here relatively soon. That's right, you can give me money. I'll give you a shout out here on this program. All right, here's Fred Flintstone with a couple of rockets, couple of bitcoins, couple of American Airlines, couple of aces, couple of ones. There's got to be some more creative names for aces, isn't there? When the Houston Rockets were good, I used to call them that, but... oh, Gordon here with jacks. JD also stuck in between here with King Queen, so we may get some pain here, folks. We're just going to flat here, though, so allows a little multi-way action, JD. And Trey now with 7 deuce yet again. Trey flopping bottom pair, the overpair here for Gordon. And the biggest overpair of all aces now for Fred Flintstone is also has backdoor diamonds out of the mix here to potentially inflict max pain. Fred's sitting with just under about 10,000 or so. Slapping out a bet of 1,006. So Gordon, if he calls, would be down to what? So 7,000. Stacked pot ratio of 1 is definitely not going anywhere. I don't believe he's ever going to be check raising this. It's just typically the move that we have seen from most of these cash players is to, especially out of position from his, still may have some suspicions, but if Fred Flintstone shoves all in and you're sitting there with jacks and a 10-6 deuce with 4, I don't know how the hell Gordon's going to be able to get away from this. Tanking here as he makes his decision. Does he just try to go for a value bet? Does it go oversized and rip it in? Don't think he necessarily wants to push his opponent out for it. A massive bet, though. Could see him do something like 3,000. Okay, even a little bit bigger, going on to 4,000, which effectively puts Gordon here on the meat grinder that could be thinking any potential diamond draws. He's king of diamonds. He's queen of diamonds. Potentially ace 10 with the ace of diamonds could make this move. He's probably recognizing that his call of 1,600 on flop has to signify enough strength that he's not just coming on in there with any run-of-the-mill hand at this point. Is going to push it all in. Fred's probably going to snap. Gordon all in for 6.9. Fred is going to make the call. We got a $19,400 pot. It's going to come out of 4. So aces versus jacks. Fred Flintstone taking out a $19,400 pot. Here in hour number 2 of Live at the Palms and Palms Social. This is where the action is on Monday freaking night. It's here. And Gordon, with one of the splashiest players on the table. I mean, there's so many others that if, JC makes that move, he can find himself getting away from jacks. But it's when it's been a guy who's gotten a little splashy in this stream. Fires a 4K turn bet. I'm sure he's going to reflect on this a little bit and go back to the drawing board as such a challenging spot. And there's going to be a $100 tip being tossed our boys' way there in the box. Just absolute madness here as we will continue live at the Palms Monday. Guys, firing off as always with my can of C4 energy drink, the Smart Energy, built for overachievers by overachievers, according to this can. I think I'm an exact achiever, not an underachiever, not maybe a slight overachiever. I'm the moderate level of achieverness. there's got to be a term, just like, it's not quite mediocre. I wouldn't necessarily go as far as exceptional, but it does give the 200 milligrams of caffeine I need to power through every single Live at the Palms poker stream. And I'm going to keep flagging them until they give me a sponsorship. I'm going to keep tagging them every damn day until they bring on the dude talking as promotional ambassador. All right, next stand as we rattle on along on your Monday high stakes edition. We are going to get JC here with the open pocket eights. Fight from someone here with top pair on this 5 high board. Straight draw here for JD. And I don't know if anybody else. Well, I guess JC here with the over pair. Making a modest 250. And imagine your boy Fred Flintstone also going to take it one more straight. Does. All right, 7 turns, so not much improvement for anybody, but I think JC would consider some pot control here at this point just because you're getting into that pair and draw territory that even with a bet, even if you do try to size up, even if you do try to demonstrate strength, that just enough of a connected board here. It does not necessarily want to be put into a spot where it gets priced out of it. So 10 of clubs will come on the end. So flush draw gets there if you perceived his opponent to be in that direction. So this could give out the opportunity here for Fred Flintstone to fire. Could absolutely be boom right on the end. All right, here, checky. 8's going to be good here for a $2,000 pot. As you see, the chips have mostly dispersed here to Trey and Fred. JC, I think, adding on a little bit, but he's been down. Ethan saying, what a darn good session thus far. That's what I'm saying. It's like, all of these Monday streams have been fantastic. Everybody's been interested in trying to build up the game a little bit more, try to juice it up, try to get a little bit more gamble going. And, I think the sky's the limit here for a live stream. Obviously, things that, hey, we want to do a little bit better fine-tuning and accentuate and enhance. And it's a day-by-day process. We'll definitely be having more content here now with the 1,000 subscribers here at this point will give us a little bit more leeway to be a part of AdSense. Kevin Saragratis said good for JC. The 2 biggest JC fans I know. I'm not sure which one, if it's both, but friends of the program and famous chat pros. All right, here the raise up to 75. The 7 deuce game is on, in fact, so all right, 5s, king, queen, 7 deuce, ace, jack is going to be 5s and 4s. Now here for J1 is not doing much for anybody else either. Zach going to try to win that 7 deuce bounty though. All right, so the 3 comes off as Ethan saying the 3-card Monte game. The second bathroom stall is lit. I mean, I've lost my ass in that game. I mean, literally. They just take ass right off. And keep thinking I got a chance to pick up the pattern, and I'm always woefully disappointed. I mean, just woefully. Like, need to get his therapist woe as me. Jay went here with the overpair, way ahead. But hard in this spot that once you got 2 streets of aggression against tight, solid players, showing it. Pay up, y'all, as we have had a healthy deuce of 7 deuce. If you're not familiar again with the 7 deuce game, if you win a hand with 7 deuce, usually, and what looks like to be $100 bounty. And Zach is the lowest fee pip. It's 15%. Everybody else above the lottie line, Bootsy at 24. All right, getting a few more numbers out there. Love it. Fred Flintstone with the highest VPIP at 55%. Trey and JD sitting around 37% of voluntarily putting money into the pot. And we're figuring out, folks. All right, here is J1 with the open, and now Fred Flintstone with the opportunity to put in a 3-bet pre-flop. Though I'm trying to think if there's any. I mean, Bootsy, now playing a little bit deeper, might decide to try to play this in position with ace-5 of clubs, but depending on whatever the sizing is, I think most players are going to step aside here at this point. You're not 3-bet to 975, and I don't think that is going to be the price Bootsy was looking for. Okay, well, they stuck a little bit, so we'll take the opportunity to try to play this in position. Here we go, heads up. He's going to come out, do 7-7, so the 7 deuce bounty is on, so I think it can appear in a player's mind at this point that you do have to include 7 deuce in the potential bluff combos that may be occurring. So the 3rd diamond rolls on Fred Flintstone with the king high flush draw with his king of diamonds, and Bootsy here with a straight draw to a 3, but I don't think he's going to have much in the way of trying to continue. Quick fold, and going to get himself some food here from the Bon Air. All right, so get our most active pre-flop raisers. Fred a little bit on the high side, but I don't think anything too completely outrageous at this point does. On to the next. So what do we got going on here in this gosh dang San Francisco game? All right, so they ended halftime. It was 21-7. Stafford, 1 of 17 with 2 picks. Jimmy, 8 of 8 of 89 yards and a touchdown. Mr. Jimmy G, Garoppolo. I guess with Kittle back, I would probably start taking the Niners just a little bit more seriously. I don't know. Rams did not. They have been a little hiccupy this year, so very underwhelming loss to the Titans last week, which they are starting to look like one of the better teams out of the AFC, and see if maybe the bye week ahead is going to help them kind of get a little bit back more on track. All right, J1 with Jacks. Your boy Armando here with 7s. Fred Flintstone also here in the mix with King 10. And make it ace, queen 8. Gut shot here for Fred Flintstone. J1 here with the opportunity to see that. Fred Flintstone really with the only person who can maybe make a case of trying to gamble on this. And as I say that, Armando's going to call the 175 bet here, trying to spike a set on turn as no improvement for anybody. I think we will go checked all the way through and see who will try to actually bluff river unless J1 decides to go 2 straights, which would be extraordinary. May not expect Jack 10 to be in the mix as a double gutted since he has 2 of Jacks in his hand. This might be a winner here for Armando. If you are actually going to make a call on flop here, I think it makes most reasonable sense unless you're classifying a specific player type that would check back turn with any medium strength hands. So this is going to blow J1's mind because he just can't quite put down what he would be the third player in the mix with. So I would expect he's probably thinking some ace littles, ace mids potentially, and actually did have the best of it, but I think he's pitched his hand, and Fred Flintstone will as well. So there's a little sneaky move by Armando. Everybody's out here eating food. I'm getting a little bit jealous, Sarah. I don't want to be just chowing down shit while you guys are trying to enjoy the show, but on we go. On to the next one is next hand here live at the Palms. Hit like, hit subscribe. We're like 26 total likes, so okay, that's not a bad number. All right, Ace King here, Bootsy here with the best of it. Fred Flintstone here with the open-ended straight draw. Does pick up a pair for a little bit of showdown value. See if Fred Flintstone maybe tries to like to call this here as I guess there can be some club draws that miss. He has mostly made all the good decisions here tonight. He's not an idiot, I don't think. He likes to gamble a little bit, but I don't perceive this to be a person that is not at least frugal in some spots where you kind of need to be in this game, but certainly a little bit more action than we're accustomed to seeing at times. All right, here JD with the open with threes and the cutoff with as many straddles as we've had going on here tonight. Is perfect opportunity to go attack. Is going to come out blanks for both. As not much for either player to write home about. JD here with an easy bet and an easy fold for the rest of the table. Continue on here at Live at the Palms of Palm Social in Austin, Texas. All right, so J1 had flopped the pair in a flush draw. He's turning may get him to halt just a little bit. Now the last river club, flush over flush here now. J1 betting 1,300. Bootsy shoving. Okay, maybe he has not yet, but trying to size up here what J1 has and realizes he's got infinitely more, so he may opt to go that route. Oh, this is so grimy here, as only one flush that J1 would lose to, so I don't think he's ever stepping up, but we could just see a river call here by Boots, though. Would you think he would get a call from, say, I mean, it was a limp pot, so we go, he's going to shove. J1 most likely going to snap, and we'll see his flush is better. Flush over flush here is a this is going to be one of the most insane games that we've had as far as money being thrown around since we've done this stream. The Yeti cooler of the night is, we'll count out exactly what J1 has by our count, sitting with about 3.9. Potential to maybe be more, but all right, that looks like, okay, so he had about another 1,000 more on that. Wound up being an $11,100 pot being shipped J1's way, and the pain continues here for Boots tonight. Just devastation. losing flips, getting coolered, and still hanging pretty steady here for the most part. I think these guys are out here watching the Monday Night Football game as well as we appreciate. We know you got a lot out there as we see our VPIPs again. But well, I mean, the kind of the right numbers and the right splits that you want to see. A couple of action players, half the table above 30% VPIP, which may count for some of the straddles also in the mix. So So with the 50 straddle out, does not going to come out 3-3-10. So no player with any meaningful part of this. And, well, Armando just going to be able to take it down right then and there. It does. Yeah, my name is Mike. I'm let the dude talking. Yeah, I guess the WSOP on tonight. Hustler's got a big Hold'em stream, so that's kind of eating into, I think, a lot of the audience that would normally be here. But, well, All right, Queen Jack versus Ace 5. All right, here, so JC with the open now to 300. Fred Flintstone going to make the call. Then let's go. Heads up. 8-8. All right, is a 5-ball rattling off. Fred Flintstone, he'll still here with the best of it, having called to 50. JC going to fire on the second. Not much has been able to get going for him here tonight, but going to try to blast the opponent off the hand, and we'll see with the ace on river if it's going to be the third barrel coming out. Can perceive his opponent to have missed clubs. Obviously, with the ace-high club, it's not exactly the most wonderful card, but probably from his perspective, he should have more of the aces in this spot than his opponent. So we'll see if he tries to go for the third barrel. 2,700. All right, here in a bet of 3,000. So this would be one of the most epic hero calls. If Fred Flintstone can make it, he can certainly understand from his perspective why this looks like potentially ace king, ace queen that went 2 streets trying to go full aggression, but can also recognize this can also be a last-ditch effort from the kind of hand that JC has. So it's not completely cut and dry yet. And Fred Flintstone still thinking he is not folded yet. This would be absolutely incredible if he finds a way to make a call here. It'd be a $8,000 pot. And it looks like Fred making the fold here on the end. And probably guess you could perceive a 7 deuce to also be in there here and there. But give credit to JC here with a 3,000 river bet. So we'll pick it up and move it here to the next hand.
Going for it, man, to switch his name from Freddie Flintstone to Johnny Tiltato.
All right, next hand is Monday Night Poker continues here at Palm Social. I know the WSOP is down to the last 3 tables. Kevin Saragratis, oh my God, JC. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, you're carrying your big old balls around in a wheelbarrow here with a river bet like that. On the road we go again here as Lunas opens to 375 and all right, here is, well, do you get the $100 bounty out? Is Armando able to pick up some money? So nobody deciding they want to continue.
At least I can say that I won a 7 deuce in this day.
On and on and on we go here on Monday night here at Palm Social again. We're giving you 5 free hours if you play here. Just say my name here at the front desk. Just say Mike sent me here. I have a new member. So again, present this text at the front desk of Palm Social and receive monthly membership and 5 hours of playtime for free. Just say that Mike sent you. All right, here Fred Flintstone with a raise up to a hundo. Lunas Bootsy. Okay, Gordon now here got a 3-bet to 625. All right, Armando most likely going to continue on here with a 6 suited. We'll see. Most likely Bootsy coming along as well as... All right, ace, king, 6, so ace is up. Now for Armando, then a pair and a backdoor flush draw for Fred Flintstone, and excruciatingly frustrating disappointment for both Bootsy and Gordon. All right, that's a winner there for Armando. And we'll keep it going here on Live at the Palms, Monday night edition. All right, here, trade with the open, and, well, we've got the $100 quadruple straddle out. See, we've also got Fred Flintstone calling here out of the 200, and... All right, we'll go out deuce 3-5, 2 spades. Queen turn, so some good news for both JC and Fred Flintstone as JC here with a slightly better hand, and Fred here to call at least 350 more, and all right, so queens and fives is. I think there's any hands that Fred could perceive to have some opportunities with here on the river. All right, so we've got JC with ace king and gut shot here for Fred Flintstone and middle pair for Lunas. So Fred making the bet and Armando here making the call. Let's go heads up. It is going to come out a 7. Fred has made the nuts. No hope here for Armando. And we'll see if he's going to be able to get anything out of his opponent here in this hand. About 1,800. I think this will probably be an easy give up, but all right, 24-7 here in this Niners-Rams game. And disappointing, certainly one here for Los Angeles, but still enough of a quick strike offense that they start getting in rhythm. Maybe they make this a little bit more interesting. But not looking that way here at this point. All right, Gordon here with the raise up off the what looks to be the $50 double straddle. All right, 868 is a gutter ball for Fred Flintstone. The backdoor club's potentially here for Jordan or Gordon. We'll carry on. So, the action carries on here on Monday night at Palm Social. Check us out here on the Poker Atlas app. Again, on the links in the description here to our website, palmsocialclub.com. Thank our good friend Corey DeVilliers. There's been doing photography for us that helps us put out the awesome images that you see. So Ricky is doing some of our action tracking here tonight. All right, so Zach here with the King Queen. Trey here with pocket threes, and the way his night has gone, I just expect he's just going to go ahead and flop quads. Just run like the sun here. Won a couple of hands with 7 deuce earlier. All right, gut shot here for Zach with backdoor hearts. A not excellent board for pocket threes, even for bluff catching purposes. Another hand, another night, another experience here at Palm Social 510 25 50 edition. Just me flying solo here tonight, so certainly appreciate any of your chat pros chiming on in. Just give us a little extra love. And all right, here we go. JD here with a raise up with ace king. Trey also with the old jack 7. Yeah, let's go. The 7-7 king. As if things couldn't go better for Trey here tonight. There's a chance to take a heck of a lot of money off of JD in this spot. Does JD thinking he's going for value at half pot, and Trey laying it all out there as... But he's won the 7 deuce so many times, I don't wonder if there's going to be a little bit of suspicion here on JD's part. Check and check, so this pot has not gotten completely out of control, and JD exercising for a little, well, I think just allowing himself to not get blasted off the turn or have to commit a heck of a lot more money. It does. Full-size pot bet now for Troy. which with 2 spades on flop, I think it's going to be impossible here for Jay. Oh, no, he's going to raise it up to. He's going to make it 3,000. So unless Trey's never folding here, but he could feel like, God, did I just pay off like 10's full? Did I let my opponent get there? You know, I don't think Trey's folding here, but he could think 10's or 9's potentially filled up on turn or river that it's with a jack in hand. He does block jack 8, so that not totally out of the realm of possibility of what JD would be trying to represent, but they picked the wrong man to bluff in the wrong spot to bluff. This is going to see that ace king, and whatever wins he was trying to chase after the turn check have turned into dust as Trey living the frickin' dream, sitting with 26,900 here as Jwin Bootsy, JC, all north of 10K. Zach's not been able to get much going. Gordon got kind of coolered against Fred Flintstone. And Armando, JC just kind of, or excuse me, JD, just as we just saw, just having to deal with a cooler. More hands here to come. Boots not 3-betting it with the 8-5 of diamonds out of the straddle is. Well, I'm going to come out 2 clubs. Queen 9-5 is bottom pair. We don't know exactly what Fred Flintstone has, but all right, a 3-ball here on turn. So after we go check, check, flop, check, check, turn. And we will get the 10 on the river. So Fred's got king jack. Maybe no, after I think he probably would have bet turn if that was the case. So more to come yet here on Monday night. We stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and the occasional Saturdays. So I think we might have a 1-3 or 2-5 going on Monday night. So make sure to hit like, hit subscribe, stay up to date here with what's happening on the channel as we load up the next hand. All right, so we've got the 100 straddle continuing. Fred going to limp with the old 6-5 of clubs. All right, what do we got? We've got Trey had opened up to $600, and JD, Fred Flintstone, and Bootsy all going to make the call. Let's find ourselves a hand now, huh? All right, it's going to come Jack 4, a flush draw yet again here for Trey, trips here for Boots, and, well, I guess Jacks and 5s here for JD. So Trey now makes a bet. Boots, well, both of these players really deep here on this spot. So knowing that Trey's probably never folding a flush draw, we'll go ahead and pump this pot up a little bit more. He's going to make a raise up here to at least 3,500. $3,500 turn raise. Trey could also potentially turn a straight draw here that may commit him some more, but when you're running hot, it's time to go on the heat check, right? So a raise of 3.5. I don't know, maybe ace high flush draw you might still see maybe Trey try to pursue, but I think just the chunky raise size is going to immediately deter him from trying to continue on this. As what do you know? A bet and a fold. All right, another hand, another day, another life here on Live at the Palms. Bum, 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 bum. All right, so Armando with a raise up ace queen. Let's see, does anybody want to play with him? JD feeling the frustration. We'll go ahead and defend with the old ace 3. All right, aces for both Armando and JD. Armando also has the hope of backdoor spades to potentially add some value to his hand. All right, this ace is up now, so a stone cold hammer lock on this bad boy. I will also put 3 diamonds on board, so we'll get just a little bit of a slowdown. Ben, Nicole, and JD, we'll see yet again more pain inflicted. All right, more to come here tonight. I think we'll go until about 10:30 here tonight. So we've had a pretty heavy dose of straddles throughout most of this. So all right, so the open by Armando up to 125. Bootsy going to call on the button. 10-10 deuce, paired board, two hearts is easy bet and fold as off we go. All right, we made it here to the end as Third spade comes up as, well, that's still the best hand here for Armando. And I think we're just going to get checked all the way through. So a nice little solid 2.7K pot being shipped his way. See some of the aggression frequency. This is just kind of the amount of betting done on each of the streets. And to see, J1 and Zach kind of on the lower end with JD. A little bit surprising, but I think probably well within the lines. J1 here on the open up to 250. We'll get a call by Bootsy.
Next, I do a 100. 200 is enough.
So Bootsy putting in the 3-bet now here to 350 in the hijack as Armando now got to get squeezed out of playing eights. All right, I was trying to hear a question that somebody asked, apparently Steve Sarkisian, a really dumb question.
Come on, you're like 9,000 winner. The first one tonight, put 400 on. I think he's in for 5.
All right, the 100 and the 200 straddle out. Let's see if it generates some action here.
Oh, there we go.
Please, God.
I had to make it dramatic. Please, God. God, that was hard. That was hard.
I had to let you really pitch it. One time. I'm the first one to do it.
All right, so we have Fred Flintstone with a potential chance to open off the 25, 50, 100, 200, and he will step aside.
Yeah. Keep them coming, Victoria. Fast as you can go.
So, all right, Armando's picking up kings.
Scared. Scared out of my mind.
I'm thinking about now. Really thinking about.
All right, let's see what sizing he chooses and if he will get any action.
Nine raises.
No, man.
1250.
I wouldn't want that many pennies in my life.
All right, he's going to get Trey, who has been absolutely scorching here tonight. Well, the good fortune appears to have halted. That is going to be a set of kings now here for Armando. And Trey with absolutely no resistance whatsoever. So Zach Gordon on the tighter side. JC, even, at 24, and they're still getting in the mix. Still plenty of straddles out. So I don't think we need to kick anybody off stream here for knitting it up. Get to at least have some of these numbers on here for y'all to see.
25, 50, 100, 200.
One straddle.
That's my 1-4.
You'll do it again before the next one.
200.
I'll already get it wrong.
You're
Better one. I never even asked.
Sevenfold. Eightfold. You should go select 10 plus. Talking to me? Everybody's folds is eightfold, ninefold, onefold. Button is 7.
Oh, maybe we got broken. She has 20 million, 1980.
On the go. You passed him. Did you not log on to your app?
Straddles 50, 3 straddles.
Austin Horse.
The other guy, Glenn, I knew.
Armando, you're the same, Armando.
The 10?
Yes, sir. Yeah, buttons on 7. Nothing on 5, sir. Straddle 100.
Freddie Flint.
4, 4.
John hit 3.
3 to play. 7 fold. 8 fold. 9 calls. 8 fold.
All right, JD now picking up kings. Armando with ace queen. Bootsy here with king queen. And Trey with a big hand cracker here with the old 6-3 of diamonds. Well, it is going to flop at least a pair with a pair of sixes. This is a potential problem spot here now for Bootsy and Armando. As JD here with the overpair, but both Boots and Armando here with top pair. Good kickers. So no backdoor hearts for anybody. So now checked over here to our pre-flop raiser on the hijack. Just over half-size pot bet, a 700. So now here with the stacked depths, you could see Armando try to put in a check raise. It would be a disaster for him, but as he is just going to get ripped on, I think, at this point. Check raise up to at least 1,800. Now JD sitting with 7.6. He could opt to maybe just flat in position and see what the turn is going to bring. Allows opponent to potentially blast off on any innocuous turn cards, but we will get not a beautiful card for either player. 4 of hearts turns as Armando going to keep blasting, is going to make this at least 2,000. JD with a stacked pot ratio of 1, so could Armando have a hand like, say, a 6 of hearts? Did he try to check raise with a flush draw? It probably would just make more sense that, I don't know, maybe Armando would have ace queen with the ace of hearts or king queen with the queen of hearts. Boots had managed to get out of the way after the check raise, which thankfully saved him from potentially just drawing dead at this point. So Armando with the worst of it, but applying enough pressure here on JD that with 3 hearts on board is going to step aside. Very unpredictable play here by Armando, able to get it through. So I think we're going to go about 1 more hour, be rolling on until about 10:30 tonight. Make sure to hit like and subscribe. Hit us up here in the chat. Leave us a comment again if you're watching on the archive. Again, we have a new member special. If you're a new member, give you 3 free hours. We also have a personal special, meaning that if you mention my name, Mike, or Live at the Palms, boom, we will give you 5 free hours in a monthly membership. So, yeah, just mention that you heard it on this live stream. And we'll give you 5 free hours on us. This is not a drill. All right, so Boots here with the open now with the old 9 Triz. Attaboy Boots. And nobody going to play. No 9 Triz Bonnie, though, but... So 31-7, just the worst possible night here potentially for the Rams. All right, so JC opens here with a 4-3 of clubs. We'll get Gordon, JD, and Trey now taking us 4 different directions. And we'll make it a Jack 6-8 board. Set of sixes. Now here for Gordon. Flush draw now for JC. Pair and a, well, backdoor potentially for JD, but free card now coming for JC for his flush draw as Gordon trying to go for the old check raise, but no takers. And no, I would probably expect Gordon will lead this, hoping to connect with any ace-x, and nope, we'll slow it down yet again. Checking all the way around, and now make it the deuce of clubs. So timing has not been in Gordon's favor all night. This JC making a river flush, and nope, is a small flush, probably the lowest flush possible. I mean, I think probably because of the fact it's been checked through so many times, he might go for a river raise, but you can maybe look at this with some caution. So he will put in a min raise, and no, Gordon might pay it off here. And that's going to be a winner shipped over to your boy JC. So Trey and JC sitting both with over 20,000. A bunch of other money here on the table as well. So hit the like, hit subscribe. I appreciate you guys being here this evening. I'm going to go about another 45 minutes or so, and then call it a night from Palm Social. And it looks like we will get the 25 and the 50 here with this hand being put out. All right, so Fred Flintstone just limping in the hijack. I get seen a lot of players open to this spot, but Jay Wynn now trying to win some of that 7 deuce bounty money. And Fred Flintstone will fold, so Jay Wynn now will pick up $100 from everybody. giving you kind of some moment to try to see if you could piece together what some of the players might be talking about on the table. Thanks, Kevin Saragrotic. Yeah, it's been a little bit slower. It's tough doing this by yourself, and it's also, not many chat pros here to kind of riff with is also a little bit more of a challenge, too. So, whew. All right, off the $200 straddle, we're going to get some limpers. I don't think anybody will try to raise out of this, and Fred Flintstone not... Well, I mean, if you see 6 limper, sometimes you might see somebody try to go attack that. We'll opt not to, as we will get a 6-way pot. Gonna come out Jack 7-4 with 2 clubs. Club draw, straight draw for JD. Gutter ball for Fred Flintstone. Really, for anybody else, is not hope. Nothing. Nada. Zilch. Squat. Squat douche. Jack. Shet. All right, 7 turns, so not much in the way of improvement for anybody, but does up some bluffing opportunities potentially for Fred Flintstone in position. Yeah, looks like a 1-2-5 PLO game still going strong here into the evening. Want to get on a list on any of our games, you can check out the Poker Atlas app. We are listed on there, and that is how you get it signed up. All right, Jack here on the end. So both these players with jacks and 7s with an 8. All right, that's a winner there. Get a river bluff, and there you go. All right, Trey here with pocket 7 boots with a suited deuce 3 is ready to rumble. Raise up here to 400. Gordon's picked up aces. So, with what? Gordon's got about 1,700. This is probably just a rip all in. Which I think may induce the call by Trey for like 1,400 more with all that's in there. And here, we'll get last act. So, after boots is 400 and the straddles, he's not looking too bad to speculate in this spot. He's going to make the call. He's going to realize he's up against the aces, though. So Gordon looking for the double. Here for a $4,100 pot is, 10-9-4. 4, and then a king on the end. So a solid W there for Gordon. Again, took kind of a cooler against Fred Flintstone earlier in the night, so they can at least have some happy news for a change as I'll get the pot shipped on over here to him. Finally, at last, for your Gordon stands, finally some positive news. More hands as we go about a half hour more on Live the Palms, Palm Social. Hit like and subscribe. All right, Trey here with the 3-bet off the J1 Open. Expect J1's probably going to call here once we go heads up. As all right, Queen, Queen 3. So trip Queens here for Trey. It's been trips, it's been a flush, it's been everything in Trey's direction here tonight. And it may get a straight out of J1, recognizing that Trey can bet any number of hands that, well, I guess, you know, he's more likely to have ace-king candidates here than we'll at least take it to a turn card as it's going to be a king. So if J1 wasn't done with a hand now, I could potentially find himself pressing the fold button here to any turn aggression. I think all that would be perfectly reasonable, but now 2.3K. Trey going for the kill, and that probably should do it here for J1. All right, we've got Gordon with 9. Jet again is going to open here the cutoff up to 150. Armando with the suited Jack Deuce is maybe thinking about playing for $100 more. The is going to come out 10-10-4, so 2 spades. Gordon here with the best of it, but Armando is most assuredly going to be calling any flop bet and bet put down to 125. Ace now here on the turn, so Gordon, I guess in theory, would have more aces in this spot than Armando would, so we'll go ahead and bet, 250. All right, a 4 here on the end, too, so things getting even more convoluted and crazy. So I might just go check, and 9's up. Will be good for your boy, Gordon. All right, the $200 straddle is out, so let's see what ridiculousness we're in store for next. Nobody? Bueller? Nobody have a hand here they can go berserk with? All right, they're going to get some pain on this board, it looks like, because reading, scanning, anything? All right, King K9, so gutter ball for Trey, and 3 kings. But the Queen 10 is going to be live as no action. We'll see is good, and laughs to be had by all. All right, who do we have? We got JD opening here with Jacks and the hijack, and Trey most likely going to call Bootsy, also going set mining. So we got hands happening here. All right, 964. JD here's still the best for Trey, trying to take a stab at it, and will be stopped dead in his tracks. And the 10 ball rattles off, so it does give Trey a little hope with the gutter ball. I don't know if he's going to get the opportunity to actually get there. They'll check it. Most likely get a bet out of JD, but bet is 600 now, and Trey will take his chances. Still drawing up to a king or queen as well, and will brick out here on the end. There's another 9 ball. Oh, wow. Trey has bet 2,100 here, and JD has made a frustration fold and can't believe it. Not much has gone right for him tonight. There's zig when you should have zag, zag when you should have zig. And that's just the way she goes, folks. Is Trey making all the right moves here tonight on Live the Palms. JD picking up ace king, though, which maybe will unsteam him, but tough one. Just has made some of the incorrect decisions, but I think to credit the number of the players here that have put him in some really awkward and weird spots that... Yeah, we had Kings versus Ace Queen against Armando with 3 hearts on board and kind of got blasted off on that. And I mean, I can't necessarily blame him for that. That is a tricky of the tricky, but would love to be able to have that decision back again. All right, we got JC here with the open to 300. Fred Flintstone calling right in between as Bootsy and Trey also here in the mix as well. All right, now Gordon here picking up king, so this could be the end of it here after this re-raise. Unless Fred Flintstone's hiding a monster there. Boots. No, he's not going to continue there, Buzz. Well, that was a bummer, was it not? All right, hang in there with us, folks. A great stream here tonight. No, not my most riveting and exciting from my perspective. You know, it's kind of tough doing this myself, but we have had some really big hands, and probably see that up on our highlight reel. Hope to have the right to be able to super chat relatively soon. Okay, Fred Flintstone here on the open. All right, 5 rules off, which does give an open-end straight draw here to Armando. Wheel draw for Fred Flintstone, but I don't think anybody's going to blink at this one. All right, Jack here on the end. So ace-9 high actually going to be good after the $175 turn card. Bet a 325. I'm going to turn his hand into a bluff while he actually has the best hand. And Armando's going to make the call, and he actually takes Armando to Value Town.
Get there. Nice throw, Stafford.
Pour it down. Just put it in the stick.
All right, next turn. Let's load it on up.
Just the whole system. Just right.
One fold and 2 ranges and 700. And 3 call. 4 fold. No, 3 call. 5 call.
All right, we got Bootsy over the open to 700 with the 6-3 of clubs. Also trade with ace high clubs, JD with 9s, and Your boy Fred Flintstone here with King Jack offsuit. Let's do this. All right, gonna come out 10-8-3 as well. Nothing anybody feels really specifically excited about, and 9's still the best hand out of this group, but JD going to fire at this as bet of 1,000, and I think it's just going to go full fold right across the board. Boots might think about a hero call, but it just, I don't know, this is kind of the bottom of where, I mean, you're maybe beating Jack 9, Queen Jack, 9-7. I mean, you can piece together some bluff candidates here that might potentially try to do this, and Bootsy not a believer, and we will see that he'll be shown the better hand here in just a moment. Okay, John, that's definitely better than mine, says Boots. All right, Boots able to open with the Jack 5 of clubs, going to attack the straddle, and not much happening on that one. So we do get a raise up here by Gordon with Queen Jack, and nope, nothing after post does. All right, is Gordon not going to raise up in the cutoff as we got the 200 straddle going all the way around? All right, J1 here with the open with King Queen off the 200 straddle. Boots now with A6 could be opting for a 3-bet if he feels like J1's just doing this with almost anything. Is going to do exactly that. It's a re-raise up to 18,050, it appears. J1 now trying to decide, is this something fishy going on here, man? What are you trying to pull? J1 looking to go heads up here post flop. Hey, Robert, thanks for stopping on in. Said Mike, have a good night. We'll be, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes or so here from our finish. So, all right, it's going to come out Jack 4-3, Rainbow. All right, so Boots bets here with ace high. J1 had checked it over to him, and no, I mean, I think this is probably going to be it for it. All right, J1 now with the 10 knot of clubs under the gun. Unfortunately, we get no post-flop action. There's nobody with anything really to care about here. Does
I was so good and I was winning all the time, and when I stopped winning and I lost the confidence,
I know a lot of kids. I know a lot of kids like that. They're fucking super good in the amateurs. And when they come to the pros, or as soon as they lost the pro one,
so maybe we'll get JC to open here with a button. JD flips with threes, and All right, we got some callers. We got Trey here with 9s, Bootsy here with the dude talking the 10-8 of clubs. J1 also here with 7s. So we got action. Let's do this. Bam. Well, there's a flop set of 7s. There's straight draw now here for Bootsy, over pair for Trey. Zilch here for JC. Multi-way rainbow board. J1 must love his opportunity, but we'll let somebody else do the heavy lifting for him. Trey here not betting. He's got a straight draw to an 8. Bootsy would need to hit a 9 or 4. So we will rattle off on here to the turn. Bootsy now catches up here with a pair of 10s, though it does him no good. But the set for J1 is 2 diamonds on board. Is not opting to lead in this spot, and I think we may see Trey check this one back. So let's see if we get ourselves an action-filled river. It's going to be a 4. So straight now here for Boots. There's going to be a $6,100 pot here for Boots, and existence is pain for your boy J1.
I give things like a lot of respect, like poker, or I've gotten into comedy a little bit, or like going into anything, I realize it's going to take like your whole life has to be committed to it to their whole life. Yeah, you want to be a stand-up comic or a golfer or a football player, your whole life. You can't just half-ass it. So it's serious. It's my whole life.
We got 7s, we got ducks, and we're trying to steam right on in here to the finish. All right, J1 picking up ace king, though. So Trey had been in the 50 straddle. Now seeing J1 3-bet into him, which ace queen offsuit is, I think, going to be difficult for him to find a fold, but he could talk himself into it, but so we're going to get Zach calling, and JC here will be last act. And all of these players, Zach and JC, looking to flop some sets. And not going to do it. So 2 hearts on board, 8-6-3. J1 checking into 4 players. JC could just opt for the check here, but I don't know. May say it as his best chance to blow out any of the big card hands that may. Well, actually, it's going to leave the door open here to Zach to go ahead and fire at this. Is reasonable spot for him to try to go attack out at this point.
Second time, and I get up and I stand up, and I sent him to the hospital. And I realized that I was doing
Fighting's your thing.
So J1 going to make the float here with the ace king high, and I imagine by this point Trey's probably done with it, but we shall see.
my shoulder like so because I was the way I was hit and my shoulder was strong. But then when I do so the muscle, they got big. So I cannot take the hit.
I trained probably 5.
All right, J1 here floating. Pot built up to 5,600. No improvement, though.
I really enjoy it.
7s and 3s now here for Zach, as with by our count about 1,600.
My buddy challenged me to a fight.
No, I was chasing. I was challenging you. No, running.
And it's going to be J1 ripping. Open ripping now here for 3,800. Draws a very perplexing look here by Zach that can't understand what exactly would do this. Like, if he had ace 3 and he would he 3-bet ace 3 and then just, like, would he just check and overpair into 3 different players? Could it be 2 overs and a flush draw? Could it be a hand like 7-9? Could it be a hand like 5s? Ace 6.
Destroy the beginner JC. So guys that train, like,
I was 20.
You know what the worst is? He's a UFC fighter, pretty big name. He's playing Alton. He's not UFC, it's pretty big.
Early, he was the first MMA fighter to be pulled off the cover of Sports Illustrated. Sports Illustrated.
So Zach thinking about it, he is going to make the call. J1 still has some hope here. Going to run it 2 times. Was hoping just to push Zach off, and he's just not buying what this story is. It's going to be a 9 on the first board, so Zach can at least get half the pot here, and going to get it all. Going to get it all for $8,800. J1 trying to force the issue here with Ace King. It's been a frustrating night for him, so I think you can kind of understand him maybe trying to step out of line here to just try to blast off what has been. Zach's been on the tighter side for the most part, so Zach not a dummy here. He was able to put it together that something was astray, and fortunately for fortunately for J1, just not able to do much with that. Crazy hand. And we'll see how much longer we go here. This could be amongst the last hands of the night.
So then we were downtown one night, right? And this he was at a club.
Well, at least have one more here for sure.
Roger was there. Roger's teammate. Roger was he was small and had domestic abuse. Recently, right? So Roger saw it. Anyone else saw it? Wait, he's a girl.
He was a big guy.
And this guy was walking by my side like Armando.
Yeah, like the size of Armando.
And he was like, oh, look, it's true. Remember, true. Yeah, maybe. I'm back. And
Hey, David Pratt, have my like. Sadly, I'm only good for one like. Well, you know, one like is better than none. Or better than a dislike. J1 shoving now here with 4s. Bootsy is going to... Is he going to make the call here with ace 10 for 2.2k? Gordon has picked up 9s and presumably here for the 10th time tonight. As we had Fred Flintstone raise up originally out of the cutoff, so J1 ripping with 4s, no surprise. Bootsy looking to get in some multi-way action. Now Gordon could rip himself here with all that's being built up. Again, the 25, 50, 100, 200 is on, and going to just call here. J1 must have less because we're putting down that it's 2.2. I've seen a 500 slap down, so we might be off on the number on J1. So let's see if we're actually readjusting. It is going to be King Deuce Queen. Got shot for boots. Top and bottom pair here for Fred Flintstone. So bet now by Fred Flintstone probably will drive out everybody, and J1 will be left with just trying to spike a 4 for the dub as Gordon's out. We are heads up, and Jack here on the turn would have made boots a straight and a deuce on the river. Gonna fill up Mr. Fred Flintstone. So we could have had ourselves an ultimate cooler. Maybe if Fred played that one slow. Thankfully for him, he was able to basically blast off boots out of the hand, and otherwise that could have gotten absolutely nasty. Absolutely freaking nasty. So all right, well, we are going to end the show here tonight. That was our last stand of the night, and what a way to end it. I want to thank you all for joining us here on our big game Monday High Stakes. Should be some excellent highlights. There was a ton of hands out here that we'll be featuring here in the future. We're past 1,000 subscribers. Thanks to all the folks who stepped into Action Track for us, producer Sonny. I'm Mike Yemlet saying so long, everybody, and come play poker here at Palms Social. Good night, y'all.
Seat on a stream. Stream on a seat. Wow. That was A3. I don't want to look. We're enough cholesterol. A3. Nobody falls with it. I made Chad, you made Chad. I made pretty big. What, do you have like 10K? You like, I have like 17 days old. All you do is weird shit like